Hello and welcome back to Horizon Forbidden West. Alright. Now I'm kind of wanting to go just go and get things done.
What's that? There!
I can turn the tables.
On the move! Get ready, Outlander! You can't get away from us, Outlander!
She's escaping!
You can't get away from us, Outlander. She's escaping.
Those Tenakth soldiers are attacking the rebels. But they can use some help.
Or we can just avoid it. Because I was not looking to fight them.
That Outlander can fight.
Am I gonna try to do all of the arena stuff? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to do all of that or not. I mean, there is some nice stuff you can get by doing it, so... Potentially.
Rebels. This must be the village that Tenakth soldier mentioned. We should take a look around. See what they're up to. Visitors. Maybe there's another way in.
There always is. Alright.
You've made a grave mistake. Ah! Weapons out! Oh! Move in! I lost her. He has to be there. Keep shooting. You're with me. We'll track her down. Right behind you. There she is!
Hmm.
Eyes on! Straight shot! Finally! Come here! Come here!
Good. I'm in. I gotta find
Make it
whoever's
rain!
in charge. Figure out what they're doing here.
Don't know why that was necessary, but okay, that's cool.
I'm taking you down! Oh.
Well,
Hmm.
We'll have to search. Just stay where to look.
Back there! Make sure Stanley's the area!
Fool! Engage that target! You keep firing!
Really?
I will tear you apart!
Got her now! Take that out right now! Hostile sighted!
Dead.
My aim is true!
Nope.
Got her!
see if whoever's in charge is around here. Let's see if whoever's
Stop it.
Over there! You see? Revenge!
Let's see if whoever's in charge is around here.
Got her!
Move.
Target her!
Feeling better. Let's see if whoever's in charge is around here.
can.
Sounds of Prometheus are here. Better take a look around.
Halo, we have to, you know, eat the people first.
That looks important. Might be their command center.
You hit her!
Focus, I can't read anything.
Keep that fire going!
Dang it.
Need to take her out!
So, let's
Nice. Alright.
We'll find her.
Alright.
To all engineers and operatives, return immediately to First Forge. Clearly, none of you are competent enough to deal with that blasted Nora. So we'll continue to work where she can't get to us. And in the unlikely event that she does, I'll have the pleasure of dealing with her personally. I wish you luck, Savior of Meridian.
Sarah has a base. If I can find it, I can put an end to the Sons of Prometheus. What else have they been up to around here?
Trying to be all threatening, I see.
Judging by the look of this place, it's important to the loyalist Noct. But the rebels don't seem to like it much.
Alright.
What'd I give for a cool breeze?
Alright. Yes, but wait. Ready?
A map. If I'm looking at this right,
Kill
all
the
roads leading into
rebels.
the jungle go through this village. Capturing this place is good strategy on the rebels' part. I think there's more to it than that. This village holds some special significance to the tribe. I think Regala was sending a message when she ordered her troops to take it. That sounds like trouble. I better see what's going on.
Alright. Kill the rebels. I'll just hold on. Alright. But that's not
Hair as red as the blight. I knew my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. You're Aloy, Hekarro's champion. My name's Gatak, leader of Fox Squad for the Lowland clan.
Your squad made quite the entrance.
Lowlanders know how to use the element of surprise. My squad's been cutting this camp's supply lines for quite some time. But we knew assaulting its gates would be the only sure way to recover the village. Didn't think we'd get Hekarro's champion as backup, though. But we should be thanking you. Fenrise is a sacred place to my clan. Here we train for the trials that make us into full-fledged soldiers. And here we are marked as such when the trials are won. It is where Hekarro himself became a soldier.
So taking this place was a show of strength by Regalla.
A failed one, thanks to you. We'll return it to its former glory and defend it from any rebels in the area.
awesome.
Sounds like you can take care of things from here then. I'll get going.
I hope we meet again.
Yes. And then we never meet them again. Okay. Okay. We can't even go. Then we have to talk to Erend. So. Let's go do this. Okay, let's.
Welcome, warrior.
Hold on. Oh.
Got it.
What? Ooh.
Going down. I should grab the drone's data now that it's down.
Yay.
Light's taking over, spreading its sickness.
Alright. Let's go do what I was going to do. Hi.
Thornmarsh. Quite a sight, isn't it? Never thought I'd find myself this deep into Noct territory.
Have you run into any trouble?
I've been keeping my head down. Had to duck into the swamps a couple of times to avoid Tenakth patrols.
Well, I'm here now, so spill it. Who is Amadis, really?
Like I said before, he helped me put a stop to a hunter-killer machine out in the wilds. At first, he thought I was just another hunter from the lodge who only cared about the biggest machine trophy. And I thought he was just a grouchy hermit living in the woods. But then, he trusted me with the truth. Told me how the Red Raids took everything from him. Seeing that side of him, I don't know, changed things.
You love him, don't you?
Ba, ba, ba.
Think I might, yeah.
Then why did you part ways?
When he told me how he failed to save the woman from his past, I told him how I made peace with my father and brother's deaths. He realized he needed to do the same on his own.
Wait. When we searched that Red Raid's battlefield together, you said he'd lost someone close to him there. I thought you meant a fellow soldier.
Well, she was. Women aren't allowed to serve in the Karja army, but Nessa disguised herself so she could. Amadis kept her secret. When he left to come out west, he promised he'd send word that he was alright, but his letter never came.
So you set out to find him.
And when we do, I'll have words for him for leading us on this wild goose chase.
Well, at least I kind of understand now. Amadis thought Nessa died on the battlefield. But when he learned that the Tenakth took prisoners back west, he kept going. So I guess now we find this prison, the Rot.
I did some scouting while I was waiting. I think I might have found the way.
Lead on then. Do you think Nessa might still be alive?
I doubt it. Any Karja prisoners from the Red Raids would have been killed or returned home by now.
Then what's Amadis after?
I think he just needs to know.
Ha! Over here, you flaming hunk of scrap.
That's him.
Fire Claw's right on his heels.
He's no match for it alone. Come on.
Got you.
We've got your back.
Come on. Whoa. Oh, he's... What? Yeah, alright.
I'll fill up while I can.
That must be your Nora flame. Any more?
Yeah. And you're still adept with your traps.
Yeah, I remember the comics that they came out with. Kind of remember seeing this character.
Talana,
You were supposed to let me know you were okay.
I was going to send the message right after I crossed into the desert with an Oseram caravan. But when it became clear that the tunnel had collapsed behind us, I figured the only thing I could do was press on. Seeing as you found a way out here, however, clearly I was wrong. I'm sorry. The last thing I wanted was to worry you.
So, you must be Amatis.
And you must be Aloy. Talana's told me a lot about you. And I guess you must know about me.
A little. We know you're headed for the rot. But what are you hoping to find there?
A clue. Or a shred of one. Anything about Nessa's fate. Maybe she died on the battlefield. Or maybe she wasted away in that prison. Either way, I have to know.
Talana told me about you and Nessa during the Red Raids. That you kept her secret.
We were both assigned to the Southern Spear Division. Our orders were to push into Tenakth territory through the tunnel. She was proud to serve the Sundom at first. But as the atrocities mounted, we both saw the raids for what they were.
And the two of you grew close?
We did what we could to protect innocent lives. It felt like we were the only ones who objected to the slaughter. And yes, we were close. Until the Battle of the Burning Blooms.
What happened at the Battle of the Burning Blooms?
I had intel that the Tenakth forces were greater than we had anticipated. I tried to convince my commander to halt the attack. He was a drunken lout. And when I threatened to reveal his incompetence to Karja High Command, he pulled a knife on me. So I killed him.
In self-defense.
It was still murder. I was condemned. But I thought at least I could still save Nessa. I was too late. By the time I got to the battle, the fields were already burning. Our soldiers slaughtered or missing. What's more, the commander I had killed was from a powerful noble house. They put a bounty on my head. I've been on the run ever since.
But the Red Raids are long over. Sun King Avad would pardon you if he knew...
The Sun King can't help me.
A pardon from Avad won't stop bounty hunters eager to claim their prize.
So, you and Talana, sounds like the two of you had an adventure out in the wilds.
Clawstriders, a hunter-killer, mercenaries, a shell snapper. Nothing could get in our way.
A scruffy hermit in the woods certainly tried.
That was foolish of him, in hindsight.
Well, we're here now, so let's head to the rot.
As
I
long as it's
can't
not
ask you to
Scarlet
come with
Rot.
me. I feel bad enough you've come this far.
I didn't come all this way just to leave you now. We'll see this through together.
I know better than to try to talk you out of it. Come then. The rot's not far. The rot's along the shore, but we'll have to stick to the woods to avoid being seen. We'll wait here.
Let me just save.
You return, so let's continue.
How did you find it?
I overheard a Tenakth patrol from the nearby village talking about it. Wait,
Wait!
there it is. The rot.
Those are Regala's rebels. They're waging civil war against the rest of the Tenakth. They must have taken over the prison.
Then they would have killed any of the guards. They were my last hope of finding out if Nessa was there.
Maybe not. There might still be some clue inside.
Even after all this time?
Aloy can see much more than you or I.
And let's do it. Any scrap of hope is better than nothing.
We'll have to find another way in. The front gate looks impenetrable.
And there's no way we're scaling those walls.
You two stay here. I'll see if I can find another way in and get that gate open. I should check around the sides. Might be a way in from the water.
Wait. Is this that place I swam by yesterday? And with the weird waves and whatnot?
Huh?
Gotta get to the main gate to let Talana into Madison.
Anything to report?
They spotted me!
Dang it.
Let us out!
Hold on. As soon as the
Hit
ghost...
her! Under attack! Close at her! Keep her in sight!
The gate's open. Let's go.
Keep shooting! Keep her on the defense! You want it up? Right through her armor!
I can keep going.
She's climbing up! Don't let her shoot the ground!
I'll cut you again! You won't have it! I'll have my revenge! Hold her down
Sure
or
you will.
something!
Don't make this any harder than it has to be.
Firing!
Any traps?
Okay, just slowly gonna walk over there. Alright.
This is where we left our visual. Let's split up. We'll cover more ground. Okay.
See anything?
We'll wait here for you.
I was sure I saw him here.
Whoa. Flip. Dang it.
Here comes my blade!
We are the true enough!
Come on, Aloy. Join the fight.
Fight me!
Another one.
I'll stop you!
Gosh dang it. You're annoying. Nice.
End of the line, Outlanders.
That device is gonna call a machine.
Hold on.
Too late!
Another one.
It's about to get loud.
Nice.
Come on, Aloy, give it to him!
I thought it was like, hey, critical strike or whatever.
Please fight.
Dang it.
All right. I think that's the end of it.
Hey, is anyone out there?
Hear that?
Yes.
Here. Door's locked, but that last rebel had a key on him.
Freed by Karja. Have we not been humiliated enough?
It's not their fault you were locked up in your own prison.
I'm looking for information about a Karja soldier. She might have been a prisoner here 5 years back. Her name was Nessa.
The Karja Nessa was here. I killed her myself.
Nessa?
I'll handle this. go secure the grounds.
It's you, isn't it? Nessa, how?
It's
Why?
Rataka.
Let me get this straight. You were Nessa. You were brought here as a prisoner during the Red Raids, and then became Tenakth?
The Karja forbid women from military service. I lived my life pretending, ashamed of who I really was. But the Tenakth measure a soldier only by their strength and resolve. So I took my place among them.
Nessa... Rataka, I've mourned you for 5 years. Why didn't you let me know you were alive?
I had a new life. I wasn't going back. Not even for you, Amadis.
Wow.
The way Amadis talked about your time together, I thought you'd still care about him.
It was 5 years ago.
I didn't abandon you. Before the battle, I tried to get G'daiah to call off the attack, but of course, he didn't listen. I ended up killing him.
Then he got what he deserved.
I ran for the battlefield to find you. But you were already gone by the time I got there.
I didn't know. But even if I did, I mourned you, and then I moved on.
If you were brought here as a prisoner, how did you become Tenakth?
I knew it was only a matter of time before the Tenakth killed me and the others who were held captive. But one day, one of their soldiers stopped in front of my cell, asked how a woman had ended up fighting for the Mad Sun King. As he spoke, I realized he was once Karja.
Vashav.
I heard how he fell at the embassy. He deserved a better death than that. The other prisoners he condemned to death, but he convinced the Tenakth to let me fight for my life. I won through blood and blade. I became Rataka, and never looked back.
You were willing to wear a disguise so that you could serve in the Karja army. Do you miss being Karja at all?
No. The Red Raids showed me there was no honor in fighting for the Karja. And when my comrades and I were brought here as prisoners, we knew no one would ever come for us.
I would have, had I known.
It's better this way. Beneath my Karja armor, I found I had the blood of a Tenakth.
Or that's all in your head.
So if you became Tenakth, how did you end up as a prisoner here again?
My squad was ordered to retake the Rot from Regala's rebels. We failed.
Considering how much Regala seems to hate the Karja, I'm surprised her rebels let you live.
You're right. I'd be dead if they knew. But few Tenakth remember who I once was.
What will you do now?
You've taken back the Rot. My squad will ensure it stays that way.
So this is it? After everything we've been through, this is goodbye.
It has to be. My place will always be here, and yours is back east. I'm sorry that you've suffered. You deserve better than how the last 5 years have treated you. I'll make sure you're granted safe passage out of the lowland. Consider it Nessa's final farewell.
At least now you know the truth.
Somehow it hurts worse. He must think I'm an idiot.
No, I just think you have a lot to figure out. I'll take you back east to the Sendem. After that, I don't know.
Talana, I understand. I'm sorry it came to this.
Me too. Give me an Aloy a moment.
Are you alright?
To be honest, no.
What's going to happen between you two?
I'm not sure. He clearly has a lot more feelings to sort through. And I won't be anyone's second choice. I want you to have this. For seeing this through with me. No hawk could ask for a better thrush. Or a better friend.
So, I guess this is it then. You're heading back east.
I think I'll hang around Barren Light for a while, before returning to Meridian. If you find yourself back that way, look for me there.
I will. Safe travels, Talana.
And then I will kill you.
Maybe I should check in with her the next time I'm at Barren Light. Seems like she could use a shoulder to lean on.
Okay. Ooh. It's actually useful. Finally replace that. Okay. Let's see. So everything's basically telling me go back to base. So get that and then work on the, yeah, okay. All right, let's see. Guess we can go back to base. So we don't have any other immediate needs to do, so
I see you, champion. Sit, please. A few days ago, I came across a massive bloom of flowers east of the grove. Old Darika was out there, too. I offered to escort her back to Scalding Spear, but she refused. She's an accomplished soldier, to be sure. But her spear isn't as sharp as it used to be, if you get my meaning.
If I'm out there, I'll keep an eye out for her.
just go do that real quick.
Are you almost done?
I was annoyingly impatient at your age, too.
Everything okay? What are you doing out here?
Ask my grandmother. I risked leaving guard duty to look for her. She stopped to see the bloom, and now she won't leave. Since when does she care about flowers?
They're not just flowers, child. They're scarlet stems with a scent that soothes the nerves. Or so I was told many years ago, by an Utaru seed tracker.
An Utaru? Now you're telling stories. If one trespassed here back then, you'd have killed him on sight.
I couldn't. Found him picking flowers, right near here, in Tenakth territory. I was all set to strike him down, but he was singing.
Singing?
Can't remember the tune now. Just the lilt of his voice. And his name. Nilo. He decided to stay for a day or two. I took guard duty here so I could keep coming back to him. And he kept delaying his return to Plainsong. For the flowers, he said.
Please don't tell me I'm descended from an Utaro gardener.
Almost. Almost. But the thrill of battle called to me, and he had to return to his people. I've always wondered about the life I missed with him. Whether he misses it too. Would he welcome me in Plainsong? Or at least accept a scarlet stem?
It's a long way to Plainsong, but I get back there now and then. I could pick some scarlet stems and bring them to Nilo, if I can find him.
Please. He was an herbalist there. I know the time has long since passed, but I'd like to know. Well, I'd like him to know. Ugh, you know what I mean.
I think I do.
Encouraging an old woman? Why would you do that?
Why wouldn't I?
Okay. Picking flowers. Fun. Okay.
I should look for the herbalist. Might still be Nilo. I could give him the scarlet stems.
Alright.
Good hunting, Outlander.
Good hunting. Right.
Was that bad?
How are you?
Right, I forgot the herbalist was way up here.
Or to any guests.
Just inconvenient. Out of the way.
Outlander, what can I do for you?
Die.
Have a look at my stock.
While we're here, we'll just sell.
You're the herbalist here, right? Are you Nilo?
No, Nilo was before my time. I think he went up north a while back to Riverhim. Why? Do you need a special solve?
No, but someone else does, in a way. Thanks. I'll try Riverhim.
There's a grove there, a memorial, a beautiful greenery. If he's there, I bet he'll be tending it.
Thanks again.
Glad I could help.
Awesome.
I hope you find what you're looking for in Riverhim.
Okay.
Okay, Riverhim. I should look for Nilo. Give him the Scarlet Stems. The herbalist in Plainsong said he might be near the Memorial Grove.
Right.
If you want to improve your next hunt, let's trade.
Yes.
Nilo.
Did she say Nilo?
The first bloom of the winter song. I can feel the heaviness of my years fade away just by looking at them.
They're beautiful.
It was good to see the young ones fight for this place. I'll be damned if those sprouts didn't hold their own, strong as the roots of a proud tree. Just don't tell them I said that.
Your secret's safe.
Now, I better make sure our newly victorious warriors don't injure themselves while celebrating.
May your seeds take blessed root.
Hi there.
Nora, here. You're a long way from home.
I suppose I am. I'm looking for an herbalist named Nilo. I think I heard you say his name.
You've come to the right place. His seeds were buried here, where he tended the blooms of others, including my mother's. I'm his daughter, Gia.
How long has he been gone?
Some 5 years now. He put a lot of love into this grove. Almost as much as he gave me. That's why I could never abandon Riverhim.
I'd like to leave some flowers, if I may. From an old friend of his.
Scarlet stems. They're rare in these parts, but they were his favorite. I never knew why. He planted them whenever he could, but never picked them. Preferred to just watch them bloom.
Sounds about right. So he was a good man who led a full life?
He was. And he did. I don't know who this old friend is, but if my father liked them, they must be a good soul.
Okay. I know I'm kind of like quickly just getting through all this, but yeah.
Look, the Outlander's back.
I can still see well enough, girl.
Is my long vigil over? You have word from my grandmother's gardener?
Yes and no. I laid the scarlet stems at his grave. His favorite flower, according to his daughter. Always loved to watch them bloom.
He's gone. But he did think of me over the years. That'll have to be enough.
Really? That's it? Are you sure you got the right herbalist?
Huh. Seemed like you thought it was a fool's errand.
Well, it's just that it meant something to you. It could have been a whole other life.
Could have been. But this life hasn't turned out so bad. Even have a granddaughter who cares enough to come looking for me out in the wilds. And I've still got scarlet stems to remind me of Nilo.
Sounds like your grandmother's got it all figured out.
Maybe she does. Just tell me the next time you want to come out here, okay? Instead of disappearing?
Maybe I will. Here, Outlander. Take this. For helping an old woman to remember she was once young.
Yes. Excellent. Okay. Right, I have this other. I don't want to do that. Okay, now let's go back to base, because we were going to do that anyway, so.
I see you, champion. Sit, please. Heard the Lowlanders have been fighting rebels by the coast, west of the Grove. If you're still helping the chief handle those scabs, you might want to talk to Kragella at Tide's Reach.
If I make it out there, I'll see what I can do.
Oh. Way over there. This is something I've not been to
You
yet.
shouldn't miss this chance to trade.
Alright, regardless of whatever I'm gonna do next, I need to go back to base anyway, so. And actually, before we do that, I'll be right back. And back. Alright, let's talk to everyone.
By the forge, find an inn, and leave me alone.
Aloy, you've returned. And you come bearing gifts. Does this mean we'll soon be able to uproot the Zeniths from our lands?
That's what I'm hoping.
Good.
You ever play that board game Aaron set up?
Strike? I'm the one who gave it to him. I was hoping it'd distract him enough to spare us that ruckus he calls death metal. No such luck.
It looked like you were working on something over there.
With Gaia now growing in strength, I've been trying to find a way to heal the land gods, even if some people think I should give up on them.
Already said I was sorry.
Your friend thought it'd be a good idea to replace the land gods with new machines when Gaia recovers.
It wasn't.
The land gods have taken care of our people for generations. They are not some broken toy to be thrown away. Even if they are just machines doing their job, to abandon them in their time of suffering seems cruel.
I'm sure Varl understands that too.
He does now. I had to get pretty mad at him at first, though.
You know I can hear you guys, right?
Learn anything interesting lately?
There's been much to read up on now that Aether has been reunited with Gaia. It's hard to imagine that machines like Stormbirds once helped heal the skies. I used to be terrified of them as a child. Thunder still brings chills to my skin. But everything Gaia creates has a purpose, no?
Yeah. And if we can get Hephaestus back, she can get those Stormbirds in line.
Cool.
I should get going.
If you need me, you know where to find me.
Aloy, is that what I think it is?
Just need to merge it with Gaia, and she'll have enough power to handle Hephaestus.
Good news. So, what can I do for you?
So, you and Zoe got into a bit of a fight, huh? Should have known better than to suggest Hephaestus could make new land gods to replace the old ones in Plainsong.
The last thing I wanted to do was dismiss their traditions. But I was trying to look at things differently. More like you know? To see a machine as just a machine.
Yeah, I guess I led you into trouble there, didn't I?
Not your fault. Don't worry.
It's all your fault, Aloy. It's all you.
Looks like things between you and Zoe are better now.
I suffered through a few hours of glaring silence. Then she seemed to move on. Sort of. How do people do this? How do I know if the next thing I say won't blow up in my face? What if an apology is not enough next time?
You give her a stuffed animal?
You're the worst. You know that?
What makes you think I know anything about any of this? You're on your own.
Abandoning me again, huh? Well, if she kills me next time, it's on you.
It's not like I know anything about any of this, because every time someone makes an advance on me, I'm just like, eh.
Better get this to Gaia.
You did it, Aloy.
Let's hold off on the ale till it's over and done with.
I'll let Aaron know.
Speaking of Aaron.
Looks like you got what you wanted.
Yeah. It's almost time to go after Hephaestus.
Finally. We get to rock and roll. Yeah, at least that's how the old ones said it, I think.
Anything happen I should know about?
Zoe asked us to help her bring more plants in here. Not for eating, apparently. Yeah, if you ask me, the place is fine as it is. You know, metal might be plain, but it's sturdy. Nothing wrong with that. Who needs a bunch of vegetation?
Bet you're used to that focus by now.
Well, I can hit machines in their weak points. I guess that's something. I wish all the other data was as easy to deal with. Now, to be honest, it's hard to understand half of what's on there. And then the other half reminds me, this isn't a fight you can win by just waving a hammer. Which is kind of what I do. But hey, that just means I gotta study harder. Make myself useful.
Just give it time. I found out more about the Sons of Prometheus. They definitely have a base. It's a place called First Forge. We just have to find it.
First Forge? Alright, that's it then. I know where that is.
You found one of them? A Sons of Prometheus operative?
He was posing as a Delver, but my focus locked onto his. When he saw me coming, he ran. I caught up with him, and he tried to crush his focus. But there was still data on it. A bunch of locations and coordinates. One of them was called First Forge. I didn't know what it meant till now.
Nice job.
You know me. Ancient tech expert.
Send me those coordinates, okay?
Now hold on, Aloy. I'm coming with you. Asera's the last of a line of killers that murdered Ursa. And I need to be there when she goes down.
Of course. Send me the location and I'll call you when I'm close.
All right, then.
Cool.
I should get going.
I say hi to Gaia for me.
Hi to Gaia for me. Let's see. And, the dude... There he is.
You busy?
One must never be idle when at war. But there is always time to speak to one's commander.
Oh, that's not really how I see myself.
It is how we see you.
What have you been up to?
Varl has asked to learn the differences between my people's clans, so I've been teaching him Tenakth history. It is heavy with blood and death, but also with honorable deeds and vanquished tyrants. Maybe you'd like to hear about it as well, when our mission is done.
I'd be honored. Anything interesting happen while I was away?
I found an acceptable place to practice with my blade.
Oh, and where's that?
Outside, above the base. There's a nest of sunwings that are always up for a fight.
Ever thought of sparring with something that's not trying to kill you?
No.
That would defeat the purpose of the training.
You have a good point.
I'll let you get back to your training.
And so will I.
Let's see. Okay. So I've never bet this.
Only for you.
It's you. Hey,
Yes, it is I.
you got a second?
I suppose.
So, have you been going through more of the recordings for my focus? What about studying Hephaestus? Have you been doing that?
A little. It's quite different from the subordinate function that escaped Gaia Prime 20 years ago.
How so?
It's mutating. Changing its own code. At this rate, we'll never capture it.
We'll find a way.
If you say so.
So, aside from Varl and Gaia, who else have you been talking to?
Zoe told me how you met after your escape from the Hades Proving Lab. I had no idea you were severely injured. If the Zeniths had killed you, life on Earth would be doomed. My escape would have been for nothing.
But they didn't kill me. And thanks to Varl and Zoe, I was able to recover. You said you and Varl talk sometimes. What about? He told me about your tribe, the Nora, and the proving ritual you did. I told him if I was born into the tribe, I'd never be able to do the proving. It does require a lot of physical training, but there are plenty of other roles besides being a hunter. I don't think I'd be suited for any of them. Well, I guess it's a good thing you're not a Nora then.
Okay.
I'll be going.
Okay.
All right. Part of me really wants to just go ahead and go do this before. So that's what we'll do. Do this, come back.
Sarah and the Sons of Prometheus are around here somewhere. Hey, Erend. I'm close to Sarah's base. Think you can join me?
On my way.
I know I just teleported here, but...
So, you ready to take down some very nasty Oseram?
First, we have to figure out a way in.
We'll never get it unnoticed.
Your armor. It's almost the same as theirs.
Yeah? Yeah. Hey guys. Keep up the good work.
Who are you?
I'm the guy who caught the Nora Sarah's been looking for, that's who.
Yeah, we don't know you.
Huh.
Well, that went well.
Good job.
We should do it more often.
Come on.
Also, I'm just gonna say, I wish we had more missions like this. Just saying. Like the...
We need to find a Sarah and shut this place down.
It won't be easy to avoid her people in here. But I got my hammer ready.
Just stay low for now, and follow my lead.
You got it.
I get Aloy likes working alone a little bit, but I kind of wish we had a little bit more with other...
Aloy.
I see them.
What's your status? My blade's always.
Let's see. One...
Any sign of the enemy?
Too many whiners in the ranks. They need
4...
discipline.
Oof.
Hey, you see something out there?
Let's
Not
crack that
sneaky
loot
as you
later.
thought, hey?
Alarm!
Here we go.
Cover fire!
Get ready!
Well,
You'll
they weren't
pay
using
for
those-
this!
Too late to retreat now!
Need this. Let's take them out. They weren't expecting that.
Dang it.
What? Oh, they're both. She felt that.
That guy just kind of spun around.
Love this hammer.
Nice.
Hey, Aloy.
Yes, Erend.
Aloy, ammo. Gets a blood flow, doesn't it?
Dang it. Thanks.
I need help. Yeah, it's alright, I got this. Did you mean to do that? Now finish. You shouldn't have done that. I'm here to fight. How about
Hey, move.
Stashing some berries, huh? What else can you take up?
Nice.
Let's see what I can do with this.
Hey, watch this. What else can you take up?
She can't dodge every shot.
You wishing you picked another fight yet? Ah! They thought that got me that time. Enjoying this? Not enjoying it.
Whoa.
Right away! You want a taste of this? We've got him now!
Found you!
Nice.
Pick it up. Eat it. Did you mean to do that? Keep them coming! Get her! You want the next?
Nice. Nicely done.
I'll find you.
Okay.
My blade will find you.
I'm sure it will.
Multiple threats sighted! Let's get into this. Live long, kill your enemies.
Now this is a find.
Yeah! It's a blood bug, doesn't it? I'm coming for you next.
Come on.
Pain subsiding.
Target!
Nice.
Is that the biggest you got? Oh, they weren't expecting that. You gonna join us? Come on!
Hold on. Okay.
Think that's all. But I don't see a Sarah.
She has to be here somewhere.
I think I saw some doors in the back.
Let's check them out.
All right.
What was that?
It sounded like a tripwire.
Be careful, Aloy. Sarah really likes her booby traps.
And you still like the sound of your own voice, Erin.
Sarah.
I was hoping you'd make it this far, Nora. If my men were as competent as you, I would have wiped out the Karja a long time ago. It's a shame I'll have to kill you.
Enough games, Sarah.
Oh, I don't
took out the bridge. We have to find a way through.
Aloy, there's a draft here. It's got to be another path.
Too bad there's no way to get to it.
Yeah, hold that thought.
What's wrong?
That can be handy once in a while.
You okay?
I will be when we catch a Sarah. Keep going. You know, now what are we
We don't have
supposed
a
to do?
choice.
Should have thought of that.
Tripwires.
All right.
These look like machine pens.
Okay.
You took your sweet time.
We can't let you finish what Dirtball started, Asera.
This ends here.
Funny. I was about to say the same thing. Get him, boy.
Here we go. Not fear.
Ow.
It'll do.
Ow, gosh. Ow. Oop, 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 oop.
That's it. Keep after.
Ow. Level 50, nice.
Aloy. I need some help here. One to go. Ow. Yeah, sorry about that.
You're okay.
And again. I'm waiting for you.
You backed that coward Hikaru over with Vala?
You want me to hit you again?
Serve those! Ordered your own!
You mean to do that?
The Sun Scourge. Oh, wow. All right. Just need 2 out of that, 2 out of this. Okay.
I need a mo-
You okay?
Red raids, and my sister's death, Sarah's little army. That feels like the bloodshed never ends. And the pain it causes. I hope it's really over this time.
Me too. But you did good. I'm serious. We couldn't have stopped this without you.
I'm glad I could help. For once, I guess. Should we head back?
Probably.
You go on ahead. I'd like to take a look around first. Make sure Sarah didn't leave any more surprises behind.
Okay. I'll see you later, then. By the forge, I could use a drink.
Definitely understand.
The snow brought the chill.
I was gonna say, I wish there was, I mean, I know you've had some, I kind of wish there was more, quest things to do with your group, I guess. I know there's been some, obviously, but I wish there was more.
Send this to my stash.
A letter to the dead. I wonder what you'd say now, Father, to knock the army at my disposal. Machines answering my every command. The cards are powerless to prevent their impending demise at my hand. I became a tinker, despite you. When Darval held me back, my town screwed despite his petty jealousies. And whatever agenda this Asylans may have, because by the forge there has to be one, I will exact revenge against the Carja regardless. I have surpassed every man that has ever gotten in my way, and in each of them I've seen your face, Father. So when Meridian burns, it won't be to avenge you, it'll be to purge you with fire, like the rest of my enemies. Anyway, And back to base. All right.
Stay alert, soldier.
Let's sell this stuff.
Let's chat.
Very well.
Let's chat.
Did Aaron tell you we found the people who gave Regalla's rebels the power to override machines?
He told me of the battle. I suggested he etch this victory on his fighting arm with one of our inkers.
Is he going to do it?
He didn't say no.
What have you been up?
Varl has asked to learn the differences between my... So it is... But oh, maybe you...
I'd be honored. I have to go.
I look forward to it.
Okay. Wrong room. Yeah, this bow already looks pretty sweet. Like, it's already really good. And I haven't even upgraded it yet, so... Anyway.
It is good to see you again, Aloy. I see you have recovered Demeter.
Yes, I have recovered Demeter.
Okay, data module's in.
Good choice. With the acquisition of Ether, Poseidon, and Demeter, my heuristic processing density has expanded greatly. I should now be able to absorb Hephaestus, and fortunately, we have made progress on a plan to capture it. With Varl's encouragement, Beta analyzed all available information on Hephaestus. Its expansion has been rampant. It is too large to be beamcast, and the kernel you've been using could never hold it. Therefore, it must be contained in a location with a direct physical connection to me. A place with 2 data cores.
2 cores? Where would we find a place like that?
Gemini.
An abandoned cauldron in the desert west of here. Seismic activity disrupted the original construction. 2 data cores were built as a result.
I know that place. It's near the Desert Clan's capital. We'll have to bring you there by hand.
I have devised a blueprint for a suitable, albeit unwieldy, transport rig. It will require 2 people to carry it to Gemini.
I can help.
Once I am installed on the first core, I will call down Hephaestus on the other, trapping it. I will then initiate the merge. However, in order to construct the rig, I will need considerable help.
Can you build it? I suppose I could, but it's not gonna work. The Zeniths will find you. Minerva won't be able to conceal your location.
That is correct. Absorbing Hephaestus will create a significant power surge, easily detected by anyone capable of noticing.
But what if there were multiple power surges? To fake out the Zeniths? If Erend, Zoe, and Katalo spread out to the other cauldrons and create their own surges, would those conceal the one at Gemini?
Analyzing. Such a tactic might be effective. With Beta's help, we should be able to build a set of handheld pulse generators.
I told you it's not gonna work. I did a test. Hephaestus has written Alpha clearance out of its access module. You'll never be able to capture it. Then we need a higher level of clearance. There is no higher... Ted Farrow's Omega clearance. The one he used to purge the Apollo database and kill the Alphas. But to get it, you would have to find Thebes. The private bunker he retreated to when the world ended, and nobody knows where that is, not even the Zeniths. Their only intel was that it was somewhere in San Francisco. That might be all I need.
California.
Alva, the Quen diviner I met, said her people had set up a base at Landfall. They were searching for data in San Francisco from there. She might be able to help. So I guess I'm headed all the way west. While I'm gone, will you be able to build the rig and the pulse generators? I'll try.
I'll make sure she has what she needs.
Alva said the Quen have a ferry on the coast that they use to get to the ruins of San Francisco. That's where I need to go.
Pharaoh's...
Aloy, I have managed to unlock an additional room near the servers.
Understood.
Pharaoh's tomb. Bit ominous, but okay. So need 4 more to get 1, and so that's 9 in total. And then 12, 15, 20, 25, 20, 28, 31. 39 to get that fully. 47. 55. 58. 61. 63. 65. 70. Okay.
Champion. Where do we sit for a moment?
I hear you're heading to the coast. If you need to resupply en route, I suggest stopping in Falls Edge. It's a lowland clan village southwest of the Grove, in the heart of the jungle.
Got it. Thanks for the advice.
Tread carefully, champ. The lowlands are a dangerous place. I've got nothing to report.
No escaping this rain.
Gonna complain about the rain too. Okay. Gonna do a little bit of exploring before we do that. So I'm just gonna say that plan really sounds like, oh, someone's gonna probably get captured. So just I'm just looking. Here we go.
There's a Cyclops drone monitoring this area. I need to grab its data.
Well, it's the first time I'm actually seeing one of those.
So it doesn't like purge water.
Formidable and deadly combat machine. After its plasma energizes charge up, its attacks are enhanced with plasma, and it can unleash devastating special abilities.
Maybe I can climb something and jump onto the drone.
That's the least of my worries right now.
Scrambling my focus.
Gosh, dang it. Move. Hit. Dang it. Move out of the way. Gosh. Move.
Much better.
Well, that was a fight.
There.
Now. Okay. Dang it.
Earth landing. Taking you with me. Now to get the data from the drone.
Okay. All right. Love the lighting.
got the data I needed to override Red Eye Watchers.
Okay. Dang it. I should have gotten on that stupid holocaster. It was Lauren Henson. Lauren Henson asked me to go on a ride with her. Me. And I didn't even have to do her homework for her. I can see it now. We would have sat side by side. Maybe she'd have gotten a little scared and I'd hold her hand. I'd worry that my hand might get too sweaty while I tried not to. Maybe I would have had enough adrenaline coursing through me afterwards to ask her out for a milkshake at Bonnie's. I would have walked her home, maybe asked if I could kiss her. We would have finished a senior year, gone to college, gotten married, bought a house, maybe we'd have a fence, and those flamingos in the yard, go big or go home, right? Instead, I pretended I forgot something at the gift shop. Now I'm gonna die trapped in a mine, chewing on my greatest regret. While robots eat the world, wherever you are, Lauren, I hope you're having a better time of it. Well. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I'll have use for these soon enough.
Nice.
They're searching for me.
Much nicer way of getting down here. Oh.
I wonder what a merchant would charge for this.
Good. I do love the water in this game. Really, really do. Two, three, four. Boop, boop, doo, doo, doo.
There's wrecks scattered all across this mountain. machines to arrive.
Yeah. Hmm. Go to the manual save. I probably should do one.
There's the snow.
Just keep on going up.
Useful for making dyes.
I am curious about what this is. Okay.
This'll make a good dye.
Come on, come on. Bump, bump, bump. Gosh, dang it. Uh-huh. Come on. Okay, let me try this again.
Steady.
Okay, right.
Shieldwing's holding up.
Okay. Hello, Crimson Draco. Pretty decently far. We just, a bit ago, just, returned
Much better.
the meter. Oh yeah, definitely, I've already recovered Gaia. Also, we're at level 50 currently too, so that's a thing. Also, thank you for that follow, by the way. I do appreciate it. Wait. Yeah, the, oh no, I haven't actually beaten the game yet. I feel like we're close-ish to beating the game.
The snowfall is blanketing the land.
So have you already recovered all of the AI things? Let's... Nice. Yeah, I just got Demeter. That's where I'm at, basically, so... They're probably on the same place, so oh yeah, for sure. Probably my favorite place in the game. Also, a couple of my favorite characters in the game, if I had to say. Don't know if I can. Okay, I don't think. Hi. Scalding Spear is pretty cool. Do I not have a... Yeah, I love the area of the... I'm trying to find out how to get this here. I'm trying to see if I can... Right. Which I don't have, so... That makes sense, though. That makes sense. Probably should have remembered. I'm trying to see if I can find any other... places. Because is it part of... I think it's part of the main story. I think. I could be wrong. Flying Mount Cauldron is a side quest. So, I'm gonna assume it's part of this thing here, but I saw something that I can't do this until I do some part of the main quest or something. Okay. Because I remember I tried to get to this spot creatively, tried to fly down. Really? Yeah, because I already done all the cauldrons, so... Job sections is in the upgrading things and whatnot. I've not done all of them though. But I don't see one for the see one for Dreadwings, but not for Sunwings. They are? Yeah. Dreadwings or whatever are flying, but I don't know if they're one of the mounts you can use. I guess I could try a Sunwing or something like that. Okay. Wait. I just found another unknown thing.
earn this soldier's respect.
That makes sense. Yeah, and I think I would assume there's the other flying ones you can also use. So, at least I hope. Ah, Firegleam. There we are. Yeah, I believe if I do. Hi. Speaking of which. I really like Slitherfang's design, though. Kind of cool, but yeah, fighting them is a bit of a thing. Yeah.
Now's my chance.
Come down. Come on. What? That's... Come on. Okay, I barely don't have the... I did, though. I guess not. Right, it's a Firegleam place, okay. Let me go check.
I see you, champion. Sit. A squad of young ones recently returned to Scalding Spear, our main settlement just west of here. Apparently, they lost a soldier to machines during a training mission in No Man's Land. Just goes to show that the wilds can be just as dangerous to the east as they are here. Be careful out there.
Will do.
That's way over there. I want to check.
I have a feeling that might be Sikora's squad. I should check up on her when I can.
Let me just go check real quick, because I thought I had it. Skydrifter. Okay, so I don't.
Aloy, you think we can talk? Let's just say I hear about you going west.
Turns out we need one last thing before we can grab Hephaestus.
Because it would have been too easy otherwise. Oh, before I forget. Here. Something to commemorate our mission. We did good together.
Yeah, we did. How are things with Kotallo? You still scared of him?
Oh, she thinks she's funny. Actually, I played strike with him. I had to fill in most of the conversation myself, but I'm still alive.
Glad to hear it. You've been looking at any interesting data?
I asked Gaia to find me something to look at a while back, and she found the mother of all forges. They called it sports. Turns out the old ones spent a lot of time tackling and punching each other for points in one game or another. Are you mixing some solid food and fresh ale? I bet half the claim will be lining up to watch.
I need to get going.
I think I know the answer, but are you sure you don't need any help? Gaia mentioned this other tribe you found, the Quen. They sound like a nasty bunch.
I can handle them. In the meantime, Varl will help you get ready for what comes next.
Take care of yourself, Aloy.
Alright.
Aloy, you're here. Did you meet with the Quen already?
Not yet.
After all the trouble you went through getting those sub-functions, seems unfair you have to deal with these Quen on your own too.
It's safer this way. They think I'm Sobek, or something like that. They won't hurt me, but I doubt they'll be so kind to anyone else.
If you say so. Let me know if you need anything before you go.
You better not be slacking off on your studies while I'm gone.
And risk Zoe coming after me? I value my life. In fact, I've been reading about Ted Faro. How he destroyed the world and crawled into a hole after killing those who saved it.
He definitely was a piece of work. Well, Beta and Gaia built the rig. Can you get everyone ready for the mission ahead?
Of course.
What is it?
Nothing. It's just that everything's about to change. We'll get Gaia, and she'll help us set things right. No more zeniths, no more derangement. It'll be a different world. I welcome it, but I wonder how the Nora will react. And the Karja, and well, everyone.
Let's just focus on fixing Gaia for now.
You're right. We've got an angry AI to take down.
If I get Omega clearance, and then we grab Hephaestus, we might finally have the advantage over the Zeniths.
Can't wait to see their faces as they stare down a bunch of charging Thunderjaws.
Better them than us, for once.
Okay.
I'll be in touch if I need anything.
We'll be ready. Everyone's been briefed on the pulse generators as well.
Good.
Sweet.
Aloy, I hear you're going further west past the Tenakth clanlands.
Do you know anything about the area?
Only hearsay. The Utaru tell stories of an island that lies beyond the western coast. They call it the Isle of Spires.
Australia.
It is said the old ones built towers there that touched the sky, so they could live far away from the earth that bore them. As if they didn't want to be reminded that they'd one day return to it.
Sounds like something Ted Faro would do. Anything interesting happen while I was away?
Aaron told us how you tracked down the Oseram supplying Regalla with machines. In fact, he's quite adamant about relating the tale at least twice a day. But I can tell it meant a lot that you asked for his help.
I wouldn't have been able to track them down if it wasn't for him. You and Varl doing okay? Training, I mean.
We're doing fine. Although I admit it'd be nice to take a small break from studying, just the two of us. But then who'd look after Erend?
Well, there's always Kotallo.
Leave a loud Oseram with a brooding Tenakth. What could go wrong?
What's everyone been up to?
I've been trying to share some of my meals with Beta. Thought it might help her feel more at home. Maybe even get her to sleep up here instead of in that dark basement. She would not be moved.
I appreciate you trying.
Patience reaps the best harvest. I'm not giving up hope yet.
How much have you read on Ted Faro?
Enough to wonder how a man who worked so hard to heal the world once could let greed and pride condemn it so easily. For one spirit to diminish in such a way, I'm not sure if I should hate him or pity him.
I assume you've been looking into Demeter now that Gaia's merged with it?
Yes. It's been humbling to know that the seeds I carry in this pouch came in turn from the seeds saved for Demeter in the old world. It gives me hope that the cycle of life will prevail now, just as it did before.
Any progress with your plan for the land gods? Is the reboot code ready?
It is. But there is difficult work ahead. Gaia warned me that because the land gods are linked together in a network, the code must be delivered to all of them. Most are in Plainsong, but in recent years, 3 of them wandered off. So, T, and Do.
We have to find them?
No. We know where they are, but they're hard to reach. So, wandered into a lake and sank. Doe ventured into a dangerous canyon, and T broke down amidst a herd of machines.
Okay. Tell you what. You go to Plainsong, handle all the land gods there. I'll take care of So, T, and Doe. I'll need their locations, plus the reboot code.
I'm sending the data to you now. My people made shrines near where each land god faltered. When you see them, you'll know you're close. And once again, thanks for your help.
We're not gonna let your people starve, Zo. I promise. About the land gods.
3 of them dove. I sent.
Okay. I should get going. Hopefully I can bring back what we need to capture Hephaestus. After that, I'm gonna need everyone's help.
We'll be ready.
Let's see. A quest.
Got a minute?
As many as you need.
I have to travel beyond the western coast.
To the ruins, shrouded in fog.
Yes. And I'm looking for a tribe, the Quen. I encountered them once before. They said they came from across the Great Ocean. I was hoping that Tenakth knew more about them.
There were rumors of trespassers in the area, but we thought they were just bandits. Hekarro sent out a patrol or two, but I don't recall them reporting back. We've had more pressing concerns, as you know. I'm sorry. That's all I can tell you.
It's okay. I guess I'll find out soon enough.
There is something I've been meaning to discuss with you. It's personal. If you have a moment to spare.
You said there was something you wanted to talk about?
I've been speaking with Gaia. She mentioned that the Zeniths bind metal with flesh to make themselves stronger. I was wondering if you'd help me do the same.
You want to make yourself a new arm?
Yes. Gaia insists she can help me build such a thing if I can get the necessary data and materials. She believes these things lie in the place where Beta hid from the Zeniths.
Their ancient research lab.
I am not as familiar with old world machinery as you are. I could use your assistance.
It might be dangerous. The Zeniths probably still keep an eye on that place. We were lucky to get out of there alive the first time.
I see.
It sounds like this is worth the risk.
By the 10, we shall see it through.
What do Tenakth do to relax? You know, to take a break from training?
We play strike. Your Oseram friend, Erend, is surprisingly good at it, although he has yet to beat me. It helps one think strategically, hones the mind for tactics.
Somehow that still sounds like training. Found anything interesting during your training?
Gaia told me where to find data on how wars were waged in the old world. I knew the 10 fought against machines, much as we do now, but it seems they were among the last of their kind. Later, machines battled other machines on behalf of greedy leaders, as they vied for lands and spoils. At least the Tenakth have the courage to put their lives on the line when conflicts arise.
There is nobility in that. But maybe we just need fewer conflicts in the first place.
Yes, of course. Hekarro would have it so as well.
I should get going. I've got a long road ahead.
Should you need reinforcements,
I know who to call. I'll call you when I'm near the Zenith lab. We'll get what you need for that new arm of yours.
thank you, Aloy.
Something I actually would like to do also. No. Okay.
Nothing? Look good.
Welcome back.
There. Let's see what we got.
An excellent choice.
Hi, Gaia.
Hello, Aloy.
Beta's convinced we won't be able to capture Hephaestus. With that attitude, do you really think she'll be able to build the rig and pulse generators?
It may take some coaxing, but with some assistance, I am confident she will.
I don't get her, Gaia. She's so quick to assume we'll fail. She's nothing like what I thought she'd be. I guess it'll be best if she stays here when we go to Gemini.
By herself.
All this data I've picked up in ancient bunkers and ruins. I guess I never really thought that other people would be looking at it.
Based on my observations, your companions engage quite frequently with this material. Erend has asked on numerous occasions about birthday parties. He appears perplexed by the tradition of serving a sweet confection, as it conflicts with the Oseram tradition of serving sparkling stout ale. He also suggested we host a party for you, as a surprise.
Yeah, no thanks.
That is what I predicted.
Thank you for spoiling that, but...
Is Kotallo getting along with everyone?
Yes, though he prefers to spend most of the time alone. He appears to be collating data on war machine progression and significant battles during the Pharaoh Plague, to aid in the creation of a war map of Operation Enduring Victory. I believe he aims to study the tactics of old world warfare.
I'd be interested in seeing that.
It appears to be a private pastime for him. He has repeatedly declined my offers to assist his research.
So now that you have Aether, Demeter, and Poseidon, how's the biosphere looking?
In the local region, conditions have improved. Superstorms have subsided, water sources have been purified, and soil conditions remediated. These improvements will stave off environmental collapse for a few additional months.
Well, with luck, soon you'll have Hephaestus. Then you'll be able to fix the biosphere for good, right?
Correct. I will be able to design and produce robotic agents to permanently reverse the environmental damage that has accumulated.
There's something I've been wondering. How could Ted Faro create a clearance level higher than Alpha? Elizabeth made sure he wouldn't interfere with the project.
It is plausible he tasked his own engineers with creating a back door to the Zero Dawn system, without Elizabeth's knowledge. My predecessor did not even know of its existence, until he activated it to purge the Apollo database. It is, in effect, a blind spot. One that will allow us to subdue Hephaestus. And fortunately, thanks to Beta's information, we know where Omega clearance may be procured.
Right. Somewhere in San Francisco. So our plan to capture
Found something
Hephaestus.
out.
Let's go over it again.
As you wish. Thanks to Beta's test, we now know that Hephaestus will not respond to your Alpha clearance. Which is why you will need to procure Ted Faro's Omega clearance.
Right. From his personal bunker, Thebes.
While you are gone, I will assist Beta in building the transport rig and pulse generators. When we get to Gemini, I will need to be installed on one of the facility's cores. The second core is for Hephaestus. Using Omega clearance will allow you to trap it.
And then you'll be able to absorb it.
Not quite. You will need to manually remove Hephaestus's malicious code before the merge.
How long will that take?
There are calculations I still must run, but I estimate a few hours.
And during that time, the others will create a distraction for us using the pulse generators, right?
Correct. They will each take position at a cauldron door and fire off their device. The energy surge should mask our activities until the merge is complete.
And then we'll have everything we need to defeat the Zeniths. Sounds like a plan.
Unless the Zeniths divide all their people and go to each place, and then that's not good anyway.
So the facility where I recovered Demeter used to be a Pharaoh agricultural research facility. It's where they created the biomass conversion system, but also adamantine wreath. Did Elizabeth know they were working on that?
It is likely she was briefed on other efforts to combat the machine swarm, though her focus was devoted only to Zero Dawn.
That makes sense. But they actually got the wreaths to work. If they've been able to deploy it against the Pharaoh Plague in time...
Using the data you recovered on the project, I ran several simulations and have concluded that it would never have worked. In all scenarios, the Pharaoh war machines would eventually hack and deactivate the wreaths before they could contain the swarm.
So Zero Dawn really was the only solution. There was a lot of data in the greenhouse facility about agriculture. Do you think it'll help the Quen fix their homeland?
I will run a query.
Query.
Complete. The data contains information about novel crop production methods, which may be beneficial to the tribe in the long term.
But new crops aren't going to save the world, so I guess it's on us.
It is.
So Gemini has 2 data cores. I've never seen a cauldron like that. But you mentioned something about seismic activity?
When my predecessor attempted to build the cauldron, construction was disrupted by a series of earthquakes. The data core had already been built, but the rest of the facility sustained damage. So, she began again. A second core was built. However, when more tremblers occurred, she abandoned the site.
Lucky for us. Are the quakes still happening?
No, though they did also create instabilities in other facilities in the region.
Alright.
I should be going.
Goodbye, Aloy.
Goodbye. Alright. But yeah, I did see that I got one of the things as a one of the flying machines is a it was not a Sunwing. It was No. It'd be nice if I could like filter out what kind of machine. Be nice. Just want to get this over here now, since it's there. Alright. Let's go on up. Why is it telling me that the flower is here? I already did this one. What I would love,
Pack's full.
what I'd really love
I
is
can get it
if
from
I
the
could
stash later.
override a Stormbird. Ride that, that'd be really cool. But I doubt that is a thing. Because that'd be too cool. I have no idea why that is like that. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember you can override them, but I meant like being able to have them as a mount. That's what I meant. So. Slitherfang. It's really easy to find Sunwings. Gosh dang. That might be something. Let's
Cauldrons must be spitting out hunter-killers too.
What? Okay, I think it is something actually having to do with the main quest of the game. Probably like some sort of... I don't know, like, I should still be able to override them. Because I got them. I got the override for those, so I don't... Yeah, it's gotta be something have to do with the... I'll just go with that, I guess. Alright. Okay, I know it's a thing, it's just like... Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what it could be. But I think I saw that it is something to do with the main story, I think. I'll just go with that.
Toru and the land god shrine. So I guess they were leaving offerings to the land god. It looks like something fried them. Whatever did it might still be around. Could try using acid ammo. There's the land god. But I'll have to deal with those machines before I install the reboot code. think that's all the machines? Time to install this code on that land god.
Alright.
Uh-oh. Stormbird. Must have been what killed those Utaru.
Come on. I'm being scary. Darn. Wait, did I? Okay. Not gonna override it this time.
Okay, let's get this code installed on that land god.
Really? Okay. Alright. That was fun.
Let's try this again.
Hey.
Nice and easy. 1 down, 2 to go. Zoe, you there?
I'm here, Aloy.
I found T and installed the reboot code.
Fitting then that I feel thankful. T's festival came in winter, when all the grain from the harvest was stored away. It was a season of gratitude, and all the children would receive gifts. The best was my first bow, made of yew, strung by my father.
Well, he definitely taught you how to shoot well.
That he did.
There's one more thing. I found 2 of your people. Stormbird got them. But I took it down.
Oh. I'll make sure someone retrieves their seed pouches, so they may return to the land. All right then. I'll head to Plainsong and deliver the code to the land gods there.
Okay. Okay.
Little bit gliding. There. One of the land god shrines. Zoe said this one sank in a nearby lake. The land god must be down there somewhere. Time for a swim. I better stay away from that snot now. Do I have any fire ammo on me? The water's murky. I want to use my focus to spot the land god.
What? No, 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 no. It's not meant to do. But yeah, I need probably need the Sunwing. Stop. Smash here. Okay.
Easier. Let's get this code to the Land God.
There we go.
I think the Land God is underneath that level. Should help me get back on track. That should do it. Another Land God dealt with. Hey, Zoe?
Aloy, how goes it?
Had to swim a bit, but I gave the reboot code to So.
Ah, good. We used to celebrate So in the fall, at the beginning of the harvest, with wine made from elderflowers. When I was 12, I got tipsy on it and kissed a boy in the sage garden.
How'd that go?
He was so surprised he nearly fell into the mulch. It would be good to see So again. Plowing the fields in the afternoon sun.
How are things on your end?
Getting there. A few Land Gods to visit still.
Okay. I'll call you when I'm done with the last one.
Thank you, Aloy.
I might want to take another look around. See if I can find anything else. Hold on to this for later.
Okay. Yeah, you'd think that they would have more than just one. But that is true. I mean, I would love if you could have all of the machines as mounts, but
This easy?
I've already been here, so nice.
This will help you get better. That's the last Land God. Zoe, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Aloy.
Just planted the reboot code on Doe. He was a bit tangled up, but he's better now.
Good to hear. Doe always returned to the sacred cave at the end of winter, so his festival foretold the coming of spring. During those times, I remember clinging to my mother by the hearth, snuggling for warmth, and listening to her sing of new beginnings.
Which is exactly what you're going to give to your people.
I hope so. When you can, meet me at Plainsong, and we'll send out the reboot signal. I've delivered the code to all the land gods, save one. Only La is left. I'm here with her, just east of the main village.
Okay. I'll get there as soon as I can.
Yeah, nothing wrong with being a little OP sometimes.
Sky's clearing up. Storm's over.
Alright.
Hey, how goes it?
It goes well.
Aloy, it's Kotallo.
Take care, visitor.
I've heard that the red scum clogging up the rivers has cleared in much of the Lowland clan's territory. But for some reason, the water around their capital, Thornmarsh, remains polluted. Perhaps this is something you could help with.
Yeah, maybe. I'll look into it when I can.
Zoe's back. Aloy, you made it. All of the land gods have been updated. Now to send out the reboot signal.
What does this mean?
A new beginning. Gaia told me this would happen. To all of them. Doe, T, Zoe, and the rest. She called it a reboot sequence. But I didn't think it would be so beautiful. Soon the land gods will return to tilling the soil as they once did.
Zoe, the chorus wants a word.
Of course they do.
Do you want me to come?
No need. I'll just tell them that our lands will soon bloom again. Who are they to argue? Find me later, and I'll tell you how it went.
Good luck.
Awesome. Beautiful. Oh yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. Alright. The stash.
Hey. Stranger.
Okay.
Are you looking to trade?
Thank you. It's good to see that you survived. Aloy, wasn't expecting to see you in Scalding Spear. I hear you fixed the wound. And stopped the war within our clan?
I was just lucky your commander was willing to listen.
Wasn't luck that took down the bulwark? Or fought off Regala? What's next? Saving the world?
Well.
If I'm lucky.
Have you been to Plainsong? Did you see Corey?
I haven't had the chance.
Oh.
At the ready, soldiers.
What's going on?
My squad's being sent on patrol northwest of here. I won't be able to see Corey for a long time. I wonder if you could let him know. I don't want him to think I've abandoned him.
We are moving out.
Please.
If I find my way to Plainsong, I'll let him know.
Sakura, I will leave your scab ass behind.
Thank you, Aloy.
Yeah. It's like, It's probably gonna be just forever now. We're just gonna keep playing that song. What am I doing?
Aloy, wasn't sure you'd ever come around. What do you think of Plainsong?
It's quite a place.
Sure. As long as you like the smell of manure. Don't mind me. I won't go wandering again, I promise. There are people who need me here. Some of the others the Eclipse took had it worse than me. A lot worse.
Okay.
Do what you can for them, Yef.
I will. Won't be anything like you did, but I'll give it my best.
That's from a while ago. Okay.
Where'd she go?
Hey, Lloyd. I hear you've been making quite the impression on the clan lands. Saving the Desert Clan from itself, forcing the Commander Tekotteh out of hiding, defending the Grove from Regala.
I didn't do it alone.
The humble words of
You did it all alone.
Your sister sent me. Her squad's been assigned further west, so she won't be able to come see you, Corey. She wanted to make sure you knew.
That sounds like my sister.
Is something wrong?
No. Yes. There's this song I want to play, one of my own making, but it's hopeless. I'm just never going to get the sound right.
What makes you say that?
Back in the Clanlands, the Sky Clan built instruments that cast sound to sky and across the mountains. They use long-leg throats to make them bellow with the sound of metal. It's how they communicate between villages. Combining that sound with the Utarus would create a melody unlike anyone's ever heard before. But I won't be hunting for any longlegs anytime soon.
For now, you should try the Metal Weaver again. They might have some new piece you can use.
Right.
This song means a lot to him, doesn't it?
It does, which is why I'm getting him that machine part. It'll be a surprise. The Utarus say that's the best way to receive a gift.
Is there a long leg around here?
As it happens, one has been troubling some villages southwest of here. You be doing me and Plainsong a favor by getting rid of it. Interested?
Maybe.
Yeah.
If I make my way down there, I'd like to help.
I appreciate that. I'll head southwest and see if I can pick up a trail.
Okay.
Aloy, nice of you to join me.
So you could use the backup. You okay?
You arrived not a moment too soon, Huntress. I thought I heard a Longlegs call, so I hastened to follow, but I was caught unaware by these machines instead. There it is again.
Let's go find it. Sounds like our long legs at the top of that cliff. Oh, looks like we're climbing.
We'll make quick work of it.
We will.
This reminds me of my early days as a veteran. Always running off to hunt in the wilds. As far away from Plainsong as possible.
What changed?
I saw my first Utaru students become fighters worthy of any Tenakth clan. I felt useful, like I belonged. And so Plainsong became home.
I'm sure Corey will find his place too.
I hope so.
Look.
Almost there. It sounds like that long leg isn't alone up there.
I'm afraid there's our long leg. And the Utaru have fell. Might be best to silence it before it can call reinforcements.
It's no use here.
We're in trouble.
Dang it. Well, have a good one. And again, thank you for that follow, and sleep well.
Excellent. Now we salvage the part we came for. Care to show me our prize, Huntress?
No. Come here. Come on. Up, up. Gotta wait for him to go into his place so we can talk to him. Okay.
Many thanks, Aloy. Without you, I might have been in trouble. Why don't you take that piece to Corey for me? The villagers felled by these machines need to have their seeds buried properly first.
Are you sure?
Tell Corey I better be the first to hear that song of his when I return.
Okay.
Zoe, are you there? I'm in Plainsong and it's amazing. It's just like you said, the fields are back in bloom.
And we have you to thank for it. If you hadn't come along, the Utaru would still be starving, under siege by machines.
I'm just glad it worked out.
Yes. First Plainsong. Next, the world.
We stopped. In the hunt and in business.
Corey.
Aloy? I thought you had left Plainsong.
Well, I thought about it, but then I'd have to carry this long leg throat all by myself.
You found?
Jax did.
That old man.
Can still hear perfectly fine. So let's hear it.
I'm gonna need some help. Aloy, can you take this to the workbench, please? You won't have to do much, I promise. You'll see a wide cavity on the instrument. That piece should... fit right in.
Hey, Lord, let us see your handiwork.
I think it's good to go.
A song of two peoples indeed.
Thank you, Aloy. My debt to you seems to only grow.
Hearing that was payment enough.
That may be, but you should at least take this. You deserve it.
May the wings of the Ten hearten your step.
I'll have to find more machine sites to get the parts I need.
Didn't they set out to find Claw?
Let's see. Okay, so a black box is way over there. Okay. And a tall neck. Okay. Let's see here. Those are just shelters, so I don't really... Another shelter. Okay. All right.
Keep me in mind when you need armor or stitching. Didn't they set out to fight?
Over here, I wish to speak.
Okay, let's see. What do we want to do right now? So, don't want to do that one right there just yet. We could do this. Like, we could also, you know, get the skill point. So.
Your arrows be true. You showed us the Regala's rebellion.
And so another side quest.
Let
Keep
our
your
blades
blades right.
seek
Seek
Regala
Regala
together.
There walks the Carlos. Learn more about our ways, Outlander.
Ah.
A wandering outlander. Come, trade.
How can you say that? I mean it. No, I have to find him.
Hikaru commands my blade.
What's going on here?
You're her. The one from the embassy. Please, you have to go after my father. He's going to get himself killed in the stand of the Sentinels. The forest beyond the village. Everyone else seems to have forgotten that we don't abandon our own.
Phaneira? If you're gonna drag the Outlander into this, at least tell her the whole story. Goroka gave her that stab wound.
It was an accident.
How did your father accidentally stab you?
For a while now, he's been sneaking out of the village to hunt alone in the stand. Sometimes he's gone for days. So this time, I followed him to his hunting camp. Tried to convince him to come home. Words led to fists. And somewhere in the middle of it all, his knife. He was already gone when I fell.
You would have bled to death had I not come looking for you.
It doesn't make any sense. The way he looked at me... It was like I was a stranger.
Perhaps It's time to recognize...
He's fine! He has to be.
I can't make any promises, but I'll find him if I can. At least to see if he's all right. Where's his hunting camp?
Southeast of here. Thank you.
Glad that's settled. Now you need to rest.
I hear she stopped a... War in the east, seek out a wonder if she could finish the war here.
You said their craft wasn't seaworthy. Given the fact that you've never set foot on a boat, is a guess. You want to risk another raid on a guess? Hey, out.
I wonder who those Tanakh they're keeping watch for. Who are these raiders you're talking about?
Some of Regala's supporters were hunted down near here. Most fought to the death, but one group had other ideas. They escaped pursuit and raided Tide's Reach. They were last seen out to sea to the west.
The raiders escaped out to sea?
We think that's why they raided the settlement. They built a flat boat. Bits of wood tied together.
Raft?
I wouldn't want to go to sea on one, but it seems that was the raiders' plan. Slaughter our sleeping guards, steal supplies, and sail straight west.
Are you worried they might come back?
The supplies they stole won't last forever, and they were prepared to gut our guards to get them. People here want justice. That won't happen until those fugitives are found.
Not sure where to get the parts I need. I'll have to explore more machine sites.
What? On hold until Wings of the Ten has been completed. Okay. Okay. Guess we'll do this one then, since the other one is on hold. I think also next time when we do play, will be the first thing we'll do is the side quest with Kotallo. Then we'll probably do more main game, our main story.
The path goes through those abandoned Nox buildings. I think that should lead me up to the black box signal.
What?
Gliding in.
Or not. Like I said, so basically what I already have next time planned out, Kotallo's quest, and then more main stuff. So, because I really want to really eat into the you know, story more.
Negative. You can't make the primary drop, so we're rerouting you to collect some personnel. Have you got a definite position on those machines? Nothing's definite, but projections give you a safe window of 36 minutes. You'll have 200 people onto this plane? 250. You're their only way out of there before the swarm hits. Then you'd better tell them to be ready. And you better be right about that 36 minutes.
That window of time must not have been as safe as they thought it was.
And the last black box is further west, so that's cool.
Vanera said her father's hunting camp should be near here. Hunting camp. This must be where Vanera confronted her father. I might be able to pick up his trail with my focus. A jar of oil knocked over. Maybe when Goroka and Vanera were fighting. Blood. Must be Vanera's. From when her father gashed her. Let's see where this leads.
Blood. Hope it's not Chris's blood.
A claw strider. And a lot of traps. That must be Goroka. I better help him.
An outlander. Let's see what you got.
Okay.
Thanks for the assist, Huntress. Come, let's speak. You fight like you're Tanakh, but you're not one of us. State your name, Outlander.
I'm Aloy. You must be Goroka. Phaneera asked me to find you. She's back in the village. She's recovering from a wound from your fight.
Then she's in good hands. Come, we have to get moving. There's a squad deeper in the forest. They're about to walk into an ambush.
By who? Rebels?
That's what you want to call them. Spineless scabs. All the same, I could use your spear. What do you say?
Fine. Where's the squad?
This way. We'll make faster time if we cut through the Sentinels.
How do you know about the attack?
We've been watching enemy movements in the mountain pass. They've been trying to take our territory for years. This is just their latest attempt.
Years? Regalla's rebellion isn't that old. Something's off here.
Ambush! SkyClan has found us!
What?
No, not them. Stalkers!
Whoa.
I was so sure they were... Never mind. We have to get to the squad.
Goroka's definitely not all there. This isn't looking good.
Quiet now. We're almost there. J-Squad, we're... What? No!
An old memorial for fallen soldiers. I think we're a lot more than too late. Goroka.
Who are you, Outlander? How do you know my name?
I'm Aloy. Phaneera asked me to find you. I'm guessing you don't remember what happened.
I went away again, didn't I? Why are we here?
You told me there was a squad that was about to be attacked. This is where it happened, isn't it? A long time ago.
Yes, my squad. The SkyClan ambushed us, slaughtered them all. It would have been 30 years ago now.
Phaneera thinks you've been sneaking off into the forest to hunt. But you've been coming back here. There's no easy way to say this, Goroka. She's hurt. Bad. She tried to stop you from leaving.
I hurt her? But I would never... No! Everything is a fog. I feel like I've been wandering through it, lost, my blade unfamiliar in my hand. And when it finally clears, I can't remember what I was doing or why. I'm always just alone in the forest.
How long has it been like this? This fog?
Weeks, months maybe. At first, I thought it was a passing thing, like forgetting after a knock on the head. Then names and faces became difficult, and I started finding myself in the forest, unsure how I got there.
Why haven't you told Phaneera?
What was I supposed to say? That I'm unraveling, like a frayed, weak rope? No!
But look where that's gotten you. She has no idea why you hurt her. So the Sky Clan ambushed your squad a long time ago?
We were almost through with our patrol. About to head back to the village when they swarmed us. I alone survived. When my wounds scarred, I returned here and built a memorial where my comrades fell. And then I struck down twice as many of their soldiers in retribution. Such were the clan wars.
Earlier, you said the enemy had been trying to take the lowland territory for years. I guess that was during the clan wars?
Before Hekarro became our chief, our clans were constantly at war. We fought over every inch of this forest. The ruined village nearby is a remnant of those days. No matter how many soldiers fell, there was always another vendetta to pursue. They say that's why the wood of the Sentinels runs red. For the generations of blood spilled.
We should head back to the village.
Wait. The memorial. It's missing a piece there. A marker of metal, made from the blades of my fallen comrades. Where is it? It has to be around here somewhere. I have to find it. I know it's here.
Hey, calm down. Let me take a look.
Okay.
I should scan the memorial with my focus. Tracks. Leading away from the memorial.
Lead the way. Clamberjaws.
They might have scrapped the marker.
Filthy scavengers. On your lead.
Come on.
Now to find the marker. Might be in one of the Clamberjaw scrap piles.
I'll stand watch in case more machines show up.
No marker here. I better check another scrap pile.
Have you checked all the piles? The scavengers often spread their scrap.
Okay.
I gotta check another scrap pile for the marker. Got the marker. Now to give this back to Goroka.
Okay.
Over here, Aloy. Did you find it?
Here. I think this is the missing marker.
Yes, that's it. I'll return it to the memorial. You go on ahead. I want to spend some time to remember my comrades.
Are you sure?
I'll be fine. The fog is gone for now.
All right. I'll head back to the village and let Fenira know you're okay.
Thank you, Aloy.
Cool.
Only drawn blades can end this rebellion. Prisoners behave.
But where's my... Aloy, you're back. But where's my father?
It's okay. I found him. He's not deranged, Fenira. He's been forgetting things, more and more. He thought he was still in the clan wars, that he could save his squad from an ambush. When we got to the memorial, he came back to the present. Said it's like he's been lost in a fog.
Wait. I've heard of something similar, a rare occurrence among chaplains. Their memory fades with the long years. Goroka's not a chaplain, but he is the age of one. Before Hekarro became chief, few of us would live to be so old.
So that's why. Oh, thank the Ten. If he was found to be insane, then by rights he'd be put to death.
What? No, he's just getting old. He needs care, not a death sentence.
Pretty sure the rest of the village sees that as one and the same. But we'll keep a close eye on him. Speaking of, where is he now?
Here. Oh, little spear. I'm so sorry.
It's all right, Father. You're home safe. And I understand now. When the fog comes, I'll hold your hand tight and remember for you. You don't have to be afraid.
Thank you for all your help. Please, accept this. Your deeds here, what you've done for Fenira, will always, always be remembered.
Thank you, Aloy.
Aloy? Yes, Aloy.
Guess I'll have to do some exploring to find the parts I need.
Don't breathe. You can't fight.
Cool. It sounds kind of useful. So just 4 more to fully get the Machine Master done and all that. Don't have too much left. Survivor, Trapper is kind of the one, so let's see. Kind of curious. Last run's probably in that last area. The ornament maybe in the last area. Vista Point's probably same thing. It's all the collectibles stuff. I don't know about War Totems. I have no idea how to find the other two. But eh. All right. Also, same thing for the tall neck, because I saw one out there, so that'll also be a thing. So we could do a race thing. That's way down there. But I think what I'm going to do is go to this shelter and call it. Like I said, okay, we're gonna call it here for now. I will be back. I will be back to Horizon tomorrow. plan is to do this side quest, then I guess the main quest and whatnot. So, yeah, we don't have too many things to do at the moment, and the other side quests we can do, or have to wait, supposedly. So, anyway, thank you everyone for watching, and as always, thank you for being awesome, and again, thank you for the follow earlier, and until next time.